Yo guys, what are we saying? Are we live? Are we live? This is gonna be my active. Yo chat, what are we saying? How you guys doing? It's your boy who I don't even know your voice. This is nature. Ian. Anyways guys, how you guys doing? Let me know. Private. This is private. Let's just put it public. Yo, we're gonna pomodoro today. What are we saying, chat? How are we all doing? Come on, let me know. Yo, we're gonna pomodoro today. What are we saying, chat? How are we all doing? Come on, let me know. Yo, we're gonna pomodoro today. What are we saying, chat? How are we all doing? Come on, let me know. Yo, we're gonna pomodoro today. What are we saying, chat? Alright, guys. I actually don't even know what we're gonna revise today. We're done on our first session, but today we might do 6 sessions. So let me just change that to 6 sessions. 5 PM is a good day, but you know what they say, the grind. We need to put the grind on so no one else can tell us what not to do. But yeah, you guys let me know when we are ready. We'll start like in 1-2 minutes. I'll wait for everyone to be tuned in. Sweating like a pork. I'm going to do physics, history, English, maths, biology, physics. Okay. So it's not going to be easy. It's going to be distraction, but it's calm. Let me get 2 balls prepared, please. Alright, chat. Come on, get to know. Alright, chat. We're gonna hear a high session today. So you guys. Hope you are ready. Make sure you are. Make sure to put everything in hand, you guys. Alright guys, we're gonna be starting in when we reach at 10. So we all gotta be locked in, ready to revive. Maybe we can. Well, okay, that sounds nice. Alright guys, in 6 minutes we'll start. And yeah, let's go, session 1. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be distraction, but it's calm. Yeah, it's not gonna be easy. It's gonna be distraction, but it's calm. It's not gonna be easy. It's not gonna be easy.
practicals for Edexcel Pearson GCSE Physics. You can see me and others from Malmesbury Science carrying out some of these experiments for real over on that channel. First, some tips that you should always keep in mind when answering a question on a practical in your exams. Remember that in many of these investigations there's an independent variable, the thing you change, a dependent variable, the other thing that changes as a result, which you measure, and controls, variables that could change but we keep them the same throughout in order to ensure that results are accurate. Always say what piece of equipment you use for each measurement. Don't just say measure the length of the object. Also add with a ruler or whatever you're using. That's a mark in itself. State the flipping obvious. If you think, surely they don't want me to put that, put it down anyway. You never know what marks you might pick up. Talk about the accuracy of measurements. How will you reduce errors and uncertainties? For example, you get your eye in line with the measurement when using a ruler or measuring cylinder to reduce parallax error. Another classic thing you should put down is multiple or repeat measurements or readings to calculate a mean from. Finally, it's okay to write your answers in bullet point format. In fact, I recommend it as it helps you and the examiner keep track of how many different points are being made. Because I'm trying to fit loads in here, you might see me write abbreviated points for the sake of brevity, but when you write a point, do it in full. Make sure you use proper English. Don't start going all Tarzan like saying, heat liquid with fire. More like, heat the water gently, on a gauze on a tripod, over a Bunsen burner flame. Also, don't forget that you can see me and others from Malmesbury Science doing these practicals for realsies on Malmesbury Education. Link is in the description. Let's go. Physics 1, find Newton's second law, F equals ma, force equals mass times acceleration. We do this by attaching slotted masses to a trolley on a track or the slider on an air track with the string going over a pulley. We let the masses fall, which accelerates the trolley. The flag on the trolley will pass through 2 light gates or photo gates, and the computer or data logger will calculate the acceleration. There are 2 alternatives. Speed v should remain constant. That is, unless you change the depth of the water. You could also just count the number of waves reaching the end of the tank. Again, mark where the... Don't forget emitter of infrared, whereas shiny silvery surface at time. You'll find that matte black is not only the best emitter of infrared, its resistance doesn't change much when it gets hotter, which is what we want. Attach the wires using crocodile clips and cables to a battery, an ammeter in series to measure the current.
Alright guys, we're back in the stream. We're back on the lab. Just trying to rest right now. Stop.
¿Con qué comes?
Con atún, Marita.
Mejor. Y aguacate también era que te comes.
Y es que ya me comí antes aguacate. Huevo, tortillas con aguacate.
Una vez.
Sí,
pero
por eso.
bien en la mañana o bien en la tarde.
Está en mi break.
Está bien, muy bien. Está bien. ¿Tienes tus aguas? ¿Quieres
Sí.
que te ponga a enfriar?
No, tengo 2 aguas.
Pero están calientes.
Está bien, está bien. I'm the girl of the dream. I want to get to know you. I saw you walking on our somewhere. Yo, this girl's so gay, bro. Okay, guys. Give me what you want. Give me what you need. Give me what you want. I just gotta ask me, yo. I'm a remedy. Can't even be asked to chat to this kid. What? Hold on. Hello, chat. We're back again. Back and I'm better. I want you bad as ever. Alright. So to session number 2. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh yeah, I got one. White 10. Would you want to even get flipping 9 from? Oh, G hazards. Bigger hazard to OBs. What is GHZ in $1 billion? So times 10 so cheaper. Yeah. They say why. Okay, people, that's our break. 10-minute break, chat. Use it wisely, and yeah, let's go. Out. Yo, what the fudge? Let's do that. I can't do that. Let's keep it a boat, bro. Guys are actually so thirsty to... Oh yeah, what's it?
Mira, mira, escucha esta canción.
I'm sorry.
todo 2026.
And she's really try to place her heart. Let's go to social faker than a faker. Cool. No. Yuki, listen. I mean, what the fuck? Yo. I mean, he knew I could cheat. I don't want to trolling, man. I mean, I could cheat you could. I mean, you know, I could treat you good. Wait, what time? Ja, det ska jag känna. Wait, so people actually follow me? You don't follow me back. Oh wait. Alright, chat. We're on our third session. Let's go with this, man. We are the best. We are him. All I need is your love. That's a good city. Shoot. But why do I not do? Yo, whatever. Yo, chat, hold on. Give me a sec. My thing is not working. NKBGS. What the fuck? Oh. It will be. Yo, I need to chat to D1. Hold up. No, I can't even chat to her about this. So this is gay. Vehicles didn't connect. Bomb! These men are all bomb, but me keep it a buck. Can me keep it a step. Getting hurt now. Alright guys, I don't have a camera up here, so just focus like it isn't. Yeah. Take this away. In Valeria. Well, give me 2 more minutes, but not quite. But nigga, this girl is so big, bro. Yo, this is mad, fam. Leave me alone, bro. Just leave me alone. That's all I want. For yo. Yo. Shut up, man. Leave me alone. And make me a account just to get you. God, it's what I swear to you, my crush on these girls, bro. That's so bad. Okay. I'm saying girl got at least today. Alright guys, let's go. Sorry for some long, I was just doing something. So 1949, the USSR shocks the world by successfully testing its first atomic bomb. US nuclear monopoly is officially over. US tests the first hydrogen bomb. So by late 1950s, both sides realized a nuclear war could not be won. If the US launched a strike, the US would have enough time to launch a retaliatory strike. Both nations. This concept acted as a perfect deterrent. So between 1945 Eisenhower became president. He is furiously anti-communist. But it's not a lot on the taunt. It's not a lot on the taunt though, so I don't know how you're gonna help me. Oh God, that's just so random. Where the fuck have you seen me? Yo, just go on. I swear, that's actually acting doing. We could meet, yo. We could meet up if you wanna and talk about each other. yo, fucking weird. Yo, fucking weird. Why, you know? You know what I mean? It's like a little thing in the side chick on the TV. Not too much, yeah, not too much, not too long. And stuff. Launch pads in real life. Launch pads in video games. ¿Qué pasa? Is Salt 1 and 2 in Germany the same?
Basically, why did they both understand the touch? So USA, the America was trapped in high, expensive, and unpopular Vietnam War. President Nixon wanted to reduce military spending and focus on fixing domestic economic problems. USSR saw the economy was stagnating. They were spending nearly 20% of the GDP on weapons, while ordinary citizens faced food shortages. They also desperately wanted access to American grain and technology. The scene of Soviet split. The relations between China and USA collapsed into border clash and Russian military and fighting with China and Russia at the same time. So SALT 1, the strategic arms was that the first concrete sign of the don't work and anti-ballistic missiles. So limit both sides to only 2 anti-ballistic missiles. Each missile is designed to shoot down incoming nuclear weapons. The interim agreement placed a strict temporary cap on the number of ICBMs and submarine ballistic missiles each side could oppose. SALT 1979 was reduce strategic focus and limit missile technology. Set a strict overall ceiling of 2,500 strategic nuclear delivery. Signed, Red. What is this one? Ratification, but never formally by US. Intended to be valid through 1985. I keep it a secret. Basically, Helsinki Accords was basketball borders that was usually recognized as post-World War II borders of Europe, including Germany's football control over Western. There was a massive diplomatic win for Bosnia. Okay, well done, Bosnia. Fun doing something, isn't it? Then basketball agreements to increase trade, shared industrial technology, and eventually joint space mission. And then Basket 3 was human rights. Both sides. Mujahideen. Carter doctrine, the policy, Carter stated that USA would use
same I was only on 2. And I started like around 5. So I spent 3 hours like a donut doing these two. So I always left some 1 hour, which 1 hour, 1 hour, then mass. Relax, 3. So yeah, no break, no break.
So the policy Carter stated that USA would use military force if it's necessary to defend the Persian Gulf region for any outside threats. Carter stopped all US green shipments to Russia, banned the exports high-tech computing equipment to the Soviet bloc, and refused to ratify the SALT II nuclear arms treaty. So the tension to 1980 Moscow, USA and 65 other Western nations boycotted the Olympic Games held in Russia to in relation the USA and Ronald Reagan unable and panic. By method. Union space keep Wall Street and down so nuclear missiles before they could hit the US. The matter because the SDI, so the Strategic Defensive Initiative, which had the concept of nuclear assured destruction if the US stopped Soviet missiles. Ooh, close to finishing. That's the one of them. Open this. What? Yo, this guy is stupid. You're actually stupid. Why would you do that? No business use. Fancy notes now. Geneva, so November 1985. We had 1985. Airport Reykjavik. December 1987. Hey, what? You tell me that's how the amount end. Then we're not a union. Joe coming, but so all of this hard work for nothing. That's what happens, isn't it? That's why you don't give to your valuable to people who don't know.
Alright guys, 10 minutes. Come on. We got this chat. That was session 3. How is the session still 3, but we're gonna run for session 4 now. Alright chat. That is it for history. Then we're gonna go on to English language. Okay, 3. We're back at it again. English language.
When you do any English language exam, you're told pick out a simile, pick out a metaphor, pick out a verb, pick out foreshadowing, pick out flashback, and explain the effect. So whenever you explain the effect, you are explaining the effect of the technique that the writer has used. Does that make sense, guys? So whenever we explain the effect, we are explaining the effect of the technique that has been used by the writer. However, in this question, there's no technique. In this question, there's no technique. So then what is inference? Inference is when you remove the technique. When the technique goes away, what is it? There's a direct bridge between the quote and you, because there's no technique in the middle. So inference is when you talk about what can we learn from the quote. Inference is what can we learn from the quote. And essentially, guys, inference is when you then read the quote and try to figure out what's the writer trying to tell me. Now, inference, guys, is a skill that we all use in our lives every single day. Guys, it's a skill that we use in our lives every single day. I've given the example before, guys, when I was little and when guests would come to our house, my mum would put down biscuits and teas for the guests. And I don't know why, but food that normally looks average, when that food is in front of the guests, it looks so delicious. And me sitting there in the room with the guests, I would look at the food and then I would find my mum's eyes staring at me across the room. And those eyes were talking to me. Those eyes were saying to me, if you touch that food, my friend, you will never see your hand again. Those eyes were telling me, do not move. When the eyeballs are popping, That is inference. My mum didn't talk to me, but I read between the lines. I could tell from her behavior, from her actions, that she is telling me, don't touch that. I'll give you guys a more recent example, guys, of inference. Just the other day, guys, I had a parent come to the center and ask me about signing up their child. And after they spoke to me, the way the mother asked me, how much does it cost? I could tell that she was struggling financially. I could tell she felt very shy. So the way I spoke to her was different. I tried to make her feel comfortable rather than say to her, get out of here because you can't afford it. So guys, inference is when you read between the lines. It's when you figure out how should I behave, how should I not behave. Inference is a skill that we all use every day. All of us guys, we always read between the lines. So that's what you do in your exam. You read source A and you read source B and you think, okay, the writer wrote this. What did they mean when they said this? Go beyond the page. What are they trying to tell you? Now, remember guys, we can't speak about techniques, we can't speak about language devices, we can't speak about structured devices. We speak directly about the core. Now that's why for me guys, this question is easier than the other questions. Because typically, when I say to you guys, pick a core, what do I say to you? I say to you, make sure in your core you've got a technique. Otherwise your core is useless. This time, our core needs no technique. This time, as long as our quote answers the question, as long as our quote helps us address whatever topic they've given us, we can use it. So, inference is what you're marked upon. Now, the next thing, guys, that we've got to talk about is this question. Is English language, paper 2, question 2, a comparison? Are you marked on the art of comparing source A and source B? The answer, guys, is no. You are not marked on the comparison. Yes, it does say to talk about the differences, but it doesn't say to compare the differences. So for example, if I said to you that this pen is white and this remote is black, I told you how the pen is a different color to the remote, but I haven't compared them. I'm not bouncing back and forth. In English language, guys, there is only one comparison question, only one. Now, just so this is super crystal clear, because I know sometimes, guys, it can cause problems. Let's go straight to the mark scheme, guys. Let's go to English language. So let's go to everythingeducation.co.uk, my amazing website, I must say, guys. You know, guys, I need to update that video. That video is so old, right? Make a newer version. Anyway, guys, everythingeducation.co.uk, compass papers, AQA English language, paper 2, open up the mark scheme. Now let's go to English language, paper 2, question number 2. Nowhere on this page will you see the word comparison, but you might say to me, sir, AQA didn't put it there, but they still want it. Guys, this exam is not peekaboo. This exam is not peekaboo. AQA is super clear. When they want you to compare, like paper 2, question 4, they tell you very clearly that we want you to compare, 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 that we want you to compare. Very clear. When they want you to compare, they shove it in your face. This exam is not hide and seek. This exam is not peekaboo. In English language, there is only one comparison, and that comparison is in paper 2, question 4, my friends. How can you say you're wrong? 1 comparison, 2 comparison, 3 comparison, 4, 5, 6. They're telling you very clearly, compare. Paper 2, question 2, my friends, is not a comparison. Nowhere in the question does it say that you have to compare. Nowhere in the AOs does it say that you have to compare. Nowhere in the mark scheme does it say that you have to compare. Yes, it does say talk about the differences, but that is something different. We've all done the poetry exam, guys. We've all done the poetry exam. You've all compared power and conflict, love and relationship, world and lives. When you bounce back and forth. You're not doing that here. This is not a comparison. And again, I always say to you guys, if anyone tells you it's a comparison, go to everythingeducation.co.uk, click on past papers, do it for them. Do it for them, guys. Be kind. Click on past papers, go to paper 2, open the mark scheme, and say, here, show me how it's a comparison. We accept you are doing differences. So, for example, this jumper is black, your jumper is green. But I'm not comparing. I'm not saying this jumper is a dark black and your jumper is a light green, and this jumper is made of cotton, whilst your jumper is a green polyester, whatever. We're not bouncing back and forth. We're doing one paragraph in source A, and then we're doing one paragraph talking about how source B is different to source A. This is not a comparison, my friends. I hope that is clear. I hope that is clear. Alright guys, back to the question. So, we are, where are you? One question. Okay, here we go. So, we are looking at paper 2, question number 2, and we are inferring, and we are looking at differences, and we're doing 2 paragraphs. Now, let me pull up the mark scheme. Now, as you can see, guys, it is very, very, very clear, guys. AQA English language marks you on 1, 2, 3 things, and 3 things alone. You are marked, number 1, on your, guys, you are marked, number 1, on your textual detail. Number 2, you are marked upon the quality of your inferences. And number 3, you are marked on how you talk about the book. Writer trying to tell me in this quote. And then, as for this question, we are looking to write a perceptive, detailed summary. Now, what is a summary? If I said to you, guys, this pen is white, I've not summarized how this pen looks. But if I said to you, this pen is white, and it's got the Mr. EE logo in the top right corner, and it's an Apple pencil, and I use this every single day and I can't live without it, and I broke the end of this pen last week, and I had to order a new end for the pen to fix it. I'm now summarizing to you the role this pen plays in my life. A summary is more than just saying, if I asked you how was your day, and you said, it was alright, that's not you summarizing your day to me. A summary is when you give multiple answers to prove a point. Why was your day a good day? I brushed my teeth after 2 weeks. Seriously, why did I say that? Guys, you know, I have to be so careful what I say, because you guys are going to clip me up and chuck me on TikTok. Why was your day a good day? Because maybe you brushed your teeth after 2 weeks. Maybe you had some breakfast. Maybe you watched some Mr. EE on TikTok. Maybe you went to play some football. But when you give me multiple answers, only then do you summarize whatever it is. That is why, guys, for a summary to count as a summary, you need multiple answers. You need multiple reasons to prove your point. Your point is what hugs the paragraph. So if I said, in source A, the writer presents Aberfan as amazing. Now I got to summarize. Now I got to find evidence after evidence to prove that Aberfan is amazing. Now, how many quotes, how many inferences do we need to make it a summary? We got to bear in mind, guys, this is AQA English language paper 2 question 2. We have 10 minutes, 5 minutes per paragraph. So we got to put our task into context. Essentially, you're going to have 5 minutes per paragraph. So what are you looking to do? Guys, your paragraph structure that you're aiming to produce for this particular question the paragraph structure that you're aiming to produce for this particular question is P, E, I, E, I. If you have more time, squeeze in another one of these. But generally, guys, you want to aim for point, evidence, infer, evidence, infer. So we are hitting each point of the mark scheme throughout our paragraph. We've got a statement of difference, we've got 2 textual details, and 2 inferences. Now all of this has to prove this. This is the basis of our summary. So again, if we said Aberfan is bad, we got to make sure that these evidences and these inferences all summarize how Aberfan is bad. And you're aiming for, guys, 2 of these paragraphs. 2 paragraphs in 10 minutes, 5 minutes per paragraph. Now you might be wondering, sir, is that actually the case? Is that actually the case? Here is a model answer published by the exam board. And as the years go by, I'm genuinely starting to believe that, you know, all the students that watch my videos and then go do exams, because it's been 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year, 5 year, 6 year, because it's been quite a while, I genuinely believe, guys, these are my students. Look at this answer. They've done point, evidence, infer, source B, point, evidence, infer, and they squeeze in the third one. 2 paragraphs. 1 paragraph source A, 1 paragraph source B. They've got a statement of difference, paragraph. They hit the mark scheme. They've got statements of differences there and there. They've got textual detail there, and they've got inference 2 there, 3 there. Guys, this is not my work. This is marked by the exam board. They published it. They gave it top bang. So this is a clear example, guys, about how this paragraph structure, 2 paragraphs like this, they work perfect. Let's look at how we plan an answer in our exam. So let's read the question. The question says, look at source A and look at source B. What are the differences between Aberfan and London? So we go straight, which becomes looking at the extract, guys. Dangerous. And let's have a look, guys. What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? Smothered. Now, I don't want to overcomplicate my point, because my point is the basis of my summary. So my point is something I'm going to have to prove. Now, just by looking at the extract, guys, I present a point, guys, that in source A, Aberfan is presented as quite dangerous. That's going to be my point. Now, I have to find two quotes. I have to find two pieces of evidence that summarize, that prove Aberfan is dangerous. Now, let's have a look, guys. What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? What can I use? Smothered more than 100 of them. That's a good one. And I can use the quote, also use the quote that miners were entombed alive. So now I've got my evidence and I've got my evidence complete. So if I was planning a PEI paragraph, done. Now the inference, like the effect, we don't plan it. That's something I will do when I write. But that's all I will do in my exam. And remember, guys, if you can write a little bit faster, if you can think a little bit faster, go for a third one. Think of a third quote that you can use. It just makes your summary more secure. But as a basic premise, two quotes is okay. So that's done. Now I know that I'm looking at how source A and source B are different. So I'm saying that Aberfan is dangerous. And I'm going to add, to be clear here, that it's like a deadly kind of dangerous. It's serious. It's not just like, it's going to hurt my hand, it's going to kill me. This place, Aberfan, will kill its people because of what happens here. So I've got my point, I've got my two evidences. Now I move across to source B. Now, a difference doesn't have to be a polar opposite, just slightly difference. Now, in this one, guys, in source B, it's about, but here, guys, I'm going to argue how the danger is not serious. The danger is not serious. A feeble echo, and these people are waking up. They're not dead. They're not under rubble. They're like, what was that? Something just happened. So the danger is not, and now I'm ready to write. This is how my two paragraphs will go. That's paragraph 1, that's paragraph 2. Point, evidence, infer, point, evidence, infer, evidence, infer. Here is when I talk about the quote, and everything I say links back to the point, and the points that I make will show how source A and source B are different. Now what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to write out this paragraph down to here. I'm going to do the first paragraph and my second point, just so you can see how I would write. I'm going to try to fit the paragraph on this side of the board, just so you can see it all together. Look at how I produce my response. So I begin here, guys. If you let me highlight it as I go along. Let me highlight it as I go along. I begin here with a statement to show how source A and B are different. In both source A and B, London and Aberfan are presented in two contrasting ways. Both at times dangerous. However, Aberfan and his dangerous. Danger caused death, whilst London causes harm to their loved ones. Then, guys, I do my inference again. Helpless, unable to escape their fate, it appears that Aberfan, for all its residents, is a ticking time bomb waiting to cause misery and destruction. And then guys, I move on to source B and I make a statement of difference and I stop there. Whilst London at times is dangerous, this danger is not the same as Aberfan. And then I will continue to talk about London and so on. Guys, that is how I would like to structure this work. So you make a statement of difference, then you do PEI, statement of difference, PEI. EI. That's it. The mark scheme talks about the statement of difference. We're giving two, one at the start of each paragraph. We're giving two evidences and two inferences. If you can do more, but that is absolutely fine. Here is an example, guys, of a response that I just did, and here's a response, guys, published by the exam board. Both similar in structure, taking it away. So guys, remember, when you are doing this question, you are simply aiming for two PEI, EI paragraphs. And that is how. Guys, welcome to another video. You've got Mr. Everything English, and today we are looking at paper 2, question number 3. It is a blast from the past. It is paper 1, question 2, with slight differences, slight changes, but a lot of it is the same. In this video, guys, I'm going to give you everything you need. We're going to go over the question, how to approach it, how to plan it, how to answer it, everything you need to make sure you can get as close as possible to 12 out of 12. Now guys, before we switch over to the board, should you ever require classes for English, Maths or Science, do head over to everythingeducation.co.uk and sign up for whatever you need. Our new academic year begins in a couple of weeks. And finally guys, do check out the app at everythingeducationapp.co.uk. Alright guys, let's switch over. Everything Education. Two mean two things. What do they mean, guys? They mean language devices and they mean words and phrases. There are many language devices out there that you can use, but let's go over these 10 for your exams. Similarly guys, is when you compare two nouns using like or as. For example, his pen is like my one. A metaphor is when you compare two nouns without like or as. For example, this pen is my one. Number 3 guys, sibilance. Sibilance is when you repeat the S letter or the S sound over and over. For example, the snake slowly and silently slithered through the sand. S. Number 4 guys, personification. Personification guys is when a non-human is given a human feature. This pen is laying on my hand. Number 5 guys, your effect. And then guys, they tell us very clearly that our writing has to be detailed and our writing has to be perceptive. Now what do these two words mean? I've covered it in the past, but let's go over it very quickly. Detailed is that you must write a lot. Perceptive guys looks at the quality of what you are writing. So the example is saying to us that when you are doing your work, make sure you write a lot, but don't write a lot of waffle. Don't be that year 11 who says, sir, I wrote 3 pages, but I'm still getting 1 out of 8 or 1 out of 12. Sir, I wrote 12 pages. Guys, yes, the exam will say that you've got to write a lot, but the exam will also say, make sure what you write is of a good quality. Now, because of that, we extend the paragraph. What do I mean by that? Because of that, guys, we always make sure we zoom in. Now when we zoom in guys, we go back and refer to the text again and we pick out another quote. Now you guys have used Pretzel before. Nothing new. I'm just showing you guys how Pretzel links to the exam board mark scheme. And after we zoomed in, so for example, here the writer has used a verb, we then explain the effect. And that is always coming from the top over here. So if you look at this, guys, reference technique, effect, zoom, effect. If you follow this structure so far, you are hitting the mark scheme twice. You're doing effect there and there. You've got textual detail, meaning quotations, there. We still do pretzel, but I can't stand here and lie to you and say to you that you are marked up on your point and you are marked up on your link, because you're not. Now every paragraph, pretzel, PL, Peter, they all start with a P. They all start with a point. Now, why do I keep the point in there? If it's not getting me marks, why don't I just completely remove the point? Guys, the reason we keep the point in there is because the point does two things. It helps you and it helps the examiner. Firstly, how does it help you? It gives your paragraph focus. It gives your paragraph direction. In source A, the writer describes the cold tips as being dangerous. That's your point. Now you know that the entire paragraph is all about danger. It gives you focus, and the examiner now knows what it is you're trying to talk about in the paragraph. Now, two things. Number one, when we do a point in English language, we don't do it the way we did it for English literature. In English literature, your point came under A or 1, and it was worth a lot of marks. In English language, your point is worth absolutely nothing. Absolutely zero. So that being said, we do simple basic points. In source A, the writer presents the cold tip as dangerous. Done. It does the job. But if you're stressing, if your butt cheeks are clenching, if you're worried and you can't think of a point, leave it. Start with the quote. In source A, the writer describes the cold tips as, and give you a quotation. There are model answers up on the exam board website that have no point. So I can't stand here and say to you, you have to do a point, because you don't. A point is good to do because it gives you focus, but if it's going to cause you stress, leave it, chop it off. Now, we are following the pretzel paragraph structure. Now, why do we keep the link at the end of the paragraph? The link, guys, is simply your waffle check. Your link is there to make sure that you haven't gone off task, that you haven't started saying things that are incorrect. So at the end, you link everything, and the structure that we're going to use, that we've done PRTE, no zooming in. Paragraph 1, we are spending 5 minutes on this paragraph, as we did in paper 1 question 2. Paragraph number 3, we are spending 5 minutes on this paragraph, as we have previously. Paragraph number 2, we are spending 3 minutes. And that is how we are making up our 13 minutes. I see the crazy TikToks, right? Saying, I spoke to an examiner, I spoke to an examiner. Guys, you probably spoke to your friend in the chicken and chip shop. How many examiners do you find? Guys, examiners are normal people. So when examiners mark your work, I used to be an examiner. When examiners mark your work, they put emphasis on the beginning and the end. So we want to put our shorter paragraph in the middle, disguise it, cover it. So we want them to start with a good impression, and we want them to end with a good impression. That doesn't mean the paragraph in the middle is poop. All it means is that the shorter paragraph, we disguise it around 2 detailed paragraphs. So pretzel, pretty, pretzel. 5, 3, 5. And that is how we spend our 30 minutes of this exam. Now I'm going to say it again. If you can do ZEL, that's fine. Go for 3 pretzels. But I would question how you're doing that in the time conditions. I would question the detail. So guys, try to follow this structure because it works perfectly. Now over here, guys, you will find a model answer that was published by the exam board. Here's the mark scheme, here's the answer. Now again, as the years go on, I'm convinced that these are people that watch my videos. This student, guys, he literally followed pretzel to a T. He's got pretzel, pretty, pretzel. Paragraph 1, he speaks about something. Yes. The issue normally is not in the effect. The issue, not your neighbor, not your friend. Don't copy them. They might do it perfectly. But can you, the student, in the exam, talk about whatever it is you picked? Because don't be that kid who picks out a quote, sir, I got a quote, but I don't know what to do with it. Guys, that is suicide in the exam. Okay, the first thing I would do is I would find my 3 quotes, making sure they have a technique and making sure that I can talk about them. So, guys, the 3 quotes that I think I'm going to use is, it describes the tips as a killer with a rotten heart. It describes them as a mountain of moving muck, having instantly smothered more than 100 of them. So guys, these are the 3 quotes that I want to use when it comes to talking about how the cold tips are described. Now, by now, hopefully, unless you've been sleeping, you know, guys, that the structure that we will be following for this question is what? P, R, T, E, Z, E, and L. Now, we've got this technique here, guys, muck, and that is, I will do paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph number 3. So when it comes to the writing, guys, I've got 3 quotes, I've got 3 points, I've got 3 techniques, and I've got 2 zooms. I don't plan the effect.
Praise a killer with a rotten heart. Is that a metaphor or personification, or can you argue it's both? You can argue both. Metaphor and metaphor. Say no more, cuz.
I don't plan the effect, I don't plan the link. And there you have it, guys. There you have a complete plan. Now remember, guys, we're doing pretzel, pretty pretzel. That's why paragraph 1 has a technique and a zoom. Paragraph 2 only has a technique, and paragraph 3 has technique and a zoom. And that's it. That's how I would go about planning the paragraph. Alright, as you know, you're not marked upon your point. So our point doesn't have to be detailed, it has to be correct. Let's begin. In source A, the writer presents the coal tips as having extremely evil intentions. That's my point complete. Then we move on to our reference. This is clearly seen when the writer describes the coal tips as a killer with a rotten heart. Done. Point done, reference done. Then we give our technique straight away. Here, the writer uses personification. So as you can see, our is rotten to his core. Welcome to another video. You've got Mr. Everything English, and today we are doing a big one. We are doing paper 2, question number 5. Writing a speech, writing a letter, writing an article. We are doing 50% of paper 2 in this video. 40 marks. Same weighting, same importance as paper 1, question 5. Even the same mark scheme. But in this video, guys, we're going to go over what you exactly need to do paper 2, question 5. How you plan paper 2, question 5. We're going to go over model answers, paper 2, question 5. And then we're going to begin writing a response to paper 2, question 5. In this video, guys, we're going to secure 50% of paper 2 in the bag. So please pay attention because it is a very, very, very important video. Alright, guys, before we switch over to the board, just a reminder, should you ever require classes, guys, for English, maths or science, do head over to everythingeducation.co.uk. All of the English classes are taught by myself. And do check out, guys, the Everything Education app, available on the app stores and available from everythingeducationapp.co.uk. Alright, guys, let's switch over to
Everything Education. Tuition for maths, English and science.
So guys, you're spending 2.5 minutes, not a long time. We're looking to write 3, 4, maybe 5 lines. And the intro, guys, I need you to do 2 things. Number 1, I need you all to start with a fact or a question. Now I know somebody is already getting ready to say, sir, does the fact have to be real? No, the fact does not have to be real, but it has to be realistic. Don't say, I spoke to hundreds of people and every single one of them agreed with me. That's not a realistic fact. So make sure, guys, your facts, they don't have to be real, but they have to be realistic. Start with a fact or start with a question. Have you ever wondered why global warming has increased by 25% in only 3 years? Start with the fact or start with the question. There's a purpose behind that. We're going to use it at the end. We're going to use it at the end over here, and I want to make sure that we get the mark for cyclical structure. And it makes it easy for you to start. So when you're scratching your head, thinking, sir, I don't know how to start, sir, I need an opening sentence, keep it simple. Start with the fact, start with the question. Now, you got 2.5 minutes. What are you supposed to do in 2.5 minutes? Guys, in 2.5 minutes, I need you to make your intention clear. I need you to make your argument clear. Are you arguing for or are you arguing against? That needs to be crystal clear by the end of your introduction. There can't be a grey area. Margaret, the examiner, can't be scratching her head thinking, is this kid for, is this kid against? And we don't sit on the fence, guys. We don't sit on the fence. As I've said previously, when you sit on a fence, it hurts your bum. So we never ever sit on a fence. We pick one side. You want to be convincing. You want to be persuasive. You can't do that if you've got 1 foot in this door and 1 foot in that door. If I'm telling you that this pen is the best pen in the world, but then I give you 3 reasons why you shouldn't go and buy it, that's not a convincing, persuasive argument. Now, of course, throughout your essay, you can mention, sprinkle the other side if you want to. But 2 things. I don't want anyone dedicating entire paragraphs to the other side of the argument. Number 2, in your intro, pick a side. For goodness sake, pick a side. And it doesn't necessarily have to be the one that you believe in. It needs to be the one that you can argue better. So for example, the question could be about homework. And you could, deep down, you could hate homework from every bone in your body, but nobody cares. Which side can you argue better? Can you argue that homework is good or that homework is bad? And that's the only decision you have to make in your exam. And guys, that is your 2.5 minute intro complete. Then we move on to our main paragraph number 1. we are spending 9 minutes on this paragraph. And this is where we present our first argument. In this paragraph, we need language devices, we need vocabulary, we need structure, punctuation. But this is our first main paragraph. Straight after, we do a one-line paragraph. Your one-line paragraph should take you about 10 to 15 seconds. Your one-line paragraph is a bridge between main paragraph 1. Guys, your one-line paragraph is a bridge between main paragraph 1 and main paragraph 2. And then main paragraph 2 and main paragraph 3, 9 minutes, 9 minutes. This is your main key argument, your second key argument, your third key argument. And then you put another one-line paragraph, and then you present your last argument. So essentially, guys, what you're doing is, you're doing 4 main arguments. 4 main reasons as to why you agree or disagree with whatever the question is. That is where you're spending the bulk of your time. That is where you are collecting the most amount of marks. In between, you've got a one-line paragraph that is 10 seconds. You've got a one-line paragraph that is 10 seconds. You've got an intro that is 2.5 minutes. And you now have a conclusion that is two and a half minutes. Now what do you do in your conclusion? In your conclusion, guys, you summarize your key points. What are your key points? That's key point number 1, key point number 2, key point number 3, and key point number 4. Let me remind you, and you summarize what you just said above, and then I would like you to end your letter, or end your article, or end your speech, or end whatever they give you with you with you repeating the fact or the question that you used at the beginning. Before I leave, let me remind you that global warming has increased by 25% of the past 3 years. Act now. So you go back because you want to get the mark for a cyclical structure. Now you should be settled. So even though we're doing 8 paragraphs, half of them are tiny. 2.5 intro, one-line paragraph, 2.5 minutes. In conclusion, where we spend the bulk of our time, where we do the most of our work, is paragraph 1, paragraph 2, paragraph 3, and paragraph 4. Now, what do we do? How do we approach this question? Guys, this question, you are marked on exactly what you are marked on for paper 1, question 5. That is the mark scheme, guys, on the board. Now, we literally cover this in live. We used this exact same mark scheme in the live, and I will cover it again just the way I did in live. But there's a few things, guys, I want to add and talk about. So, the first thing, guys, is the mark scheme is split in 2. So you're marked out 24 and you're marked out 16. Then they add the 2 marks up and they give you a mark out 40. Now, what exactly are you marked on when it comes to being marked out of 24? Over here, guys, it says that your writing has to be convincing. This is important for this question. What does it mean to be convincing? It means you need to be persuasive. You need to, guys, by the end of your essay, have posed such a good argument that the examiner is thinking, that's quite convincing, that's quite persuasive. So your arguments have to be strong. That's why we can't sit on the fence. Because when you sit on the fence, you are not convincing, you are not persuasive. So the first thing, guys, we need this and this. So we need big words with what? We need big words with language devices. But I've said this many, many times. It is not as simple as saying he ran like a cheetah, he was dancing in the wind. That will not cut it at this stage. It will not cut it, guys. The quality of our language devices has to be good. So, what kind of simile are you using? What kind of personification are you using? Make sure the quality is good, and that's what the word crafting is talking about. There must be a crafting of your devices. There must be in every single word that you're going to put on that page on the day of your exam. And finally, guys, they say again that make sure you've got ambitious vocabulary in your response. So, when it comes to, guys, AQA, English language, paper 2, question 5, you are marked upon the exact same thing that you are marked upon for English language, paper 1, question 5. You are marked upon your vocabulary, your language devices, your structured devices, your sentences, and your punctuation. Same thing that we discussed for paper 1, question 5. The only difference, guys, is in this one, our arguments have to be convincing. They have to be persuasive. In paper 1, question 5, we had the story. You could literally write about whatever you want. The question was about, write a story about the first meeting. Somebody wrote about the guy going to the haircut shop and him meeting a brand new barber for the first time, or the bee buzzing on his nose for the first time. It worked. Nice and easy. But this is more controlled. This is more controlled, guys. Our arguments have to be persuasive. Our arguments have to be realistic to an extent. Now, I've given the example before, I'll give it again. When I was an examiner, in the year that I was an examiner, guys, the question was write a letter, I believe it was write a letter complaining about a train journey. Now this kid, guys, I'll never forget, this kid wrote a bloody Mission Impossible movie. This kid wrote a letter complaining about a train journey. And in this letter, they spoke about how on the train, a helicopter came above the train and terrorists came down in zip wires and they jumped into the train and they took over the train. I'm not sure if you realised that it was paper 2 question 5 and not paper 1 question 5, but because his arguments were not convincing, because his arguments were not persuasive, because his arguments were not matching the purpose, he kind of struggled a lot to get a high grade. So guys, make sure that this one is more controlled and this one is more persuasive and that you do these 5 things. Super duper important. Now, in your exam, guys, there's a lot of things you're going to hear. You got articles and so on. Do you do a heading? Do you do a subheading? Do you put the address? Do you not put the address? Or what do you do? You're not writing a real article. You're not writing a real letter. You're not writing a real speech. You're doing a GCSE exam. You're not going to post your letter that you've got to put the addresses in the letter. So here's my advice, guys. If on the day of your exam they give you an article, if you can, in 10 seconds, do a heading. But if you can't do it in 10 seconds, leave it. It's not a big deal. I would never ever do a subheading. Never ever in a million years ever do a subheading. If you can do a heading quickly, do a heading. Keep it open, keep it broad, make sure it addresses the statement. But if you're struggling, leave the heading, guys. There's no point. Now, how do we know that's okay? Have a look here, guys. These are 4 grade 9 articles. That there is an article, it got 37 out of 40. That there is an article, it got 36 out of 40. That there is an article, it got 39 out of 40. That there is an article, it got 40 out of 40. Now, you've got 4 clear articles, right? Now, all of these articles, guys, they have been published by the exam board. These are actual grade 9 answers. Last year, 36 was a grade 9. This one here, 36, it's an article. There's no heading, there's no subheading. This one over here is an article, 37 out of 40. There's no heading, there's no subheading. This one over here is 39 out of 40. I don't know if that's a heading. I don't know. Maybe it is, but there's no subheading. This one over here, 40 out of 40. It's got a heading, but no subheading. So based upon these 4, they're all grade 9. All of these 4 on the board are grade 9. Based upon what you see behind me on the board, is a heading or subheading vital for you getting a grade 9? Evidently not. That didn't secure him a grade 9 to fall or fly. Margaret didn't think, damn, this kid is on fire. That would not have gotten him the grade 9. He's the only one, or she's the only one, out of all these 4 grade 9 that has a clear heading. So guys, what's my advice? If you get an article, never ever do a subheading. If you have time, 10 seconds, chuck in the heading. But if you don't, just start straight with the introduction. Absolutely fine. If you get a speech, there's no special layout. Intro, main paragraph, exactly what I showed you guys earlier. If you get a letter, no addresses anyway. I don't want your address, I don't want their address. Remove them completely. How do you do your letter with? Regards. And put your, we get an article, or whether we get a speech, whether we get whatever they give us, this does not change. Intro, main paragraph 1, 1-line paragraph, 2 main paragraphs, 1-line paragraph, paragraph 4, conclusion, peace out, done. This is the structure of your writing. Now, let's look at some past questions. Right? These are 4 past questions. You've got article, letter, article, letter. Now, one of the biggest fears for this exam is, sir, what if I go into the exam and they give me a topic that I don't know anything about? For example, guys, I don't know much.
Is the forest technique? In fact, look uploaded.
About global warming. I don't. If they gave me something about global warming, I'm going to be sweating a little bit because I don't know much about global warming. So, does it matter what they give us? Do I have to go at home and do research about every possible topic under the sun? No. The answers are always in the question. The answers are always in the question. And I'm going to show you how you can pre-plan this question as well. Just give me a second. I'm going to show you that in a second. But that's coming next. First, let me show you one method. There are 2 ways of approaching this exam. One is pre-planning the responses, which I'm going to show you in a few minutes. The second is pulling answers from the question, as many as we can get. Let's look at some of the questions, guys. Here it says, Homework has no value. Some students get it done for them, some don't do it at all. Students should be relaxing in their free time. Write an article in which you explain your point of view for the statement. Now, in your exam, we're doing 4 main paragraphs. That's the target. We need 4 strong main paragraphs that address the question. The answers, some of the answers will always be in the statement. So out of the 4 paragraphs, you might find 2 paragraphs that you can steal straight from the statement. For example, guys, the first thing is the statement is pushing me in one direction. This one is pushing me to agree that homework doesn't have value. Now, what could I argue? I could do 1 paragraph about how students should be relaxing, 2nd paragraph about how homework has no value, 3rd paragraph I could do it about how some students get it done for them, they cheat, and there we go. Out of my 4 main paragraphs, 3 of them come directly from the statement. All I got to do is plan 1 more on the day of my exam. Let's try again. Next one. Festivals and fairs should be banned. They encourage bad behavior and are disruptive to local communities. Okay, this one is pushing me to agree. But you know what? Ban it. Let's try again. Let's see if I can squeeze out any paragraphs. Paragraph 1, festivals encourage bad behavior. Paragraph 2, they are disruptive. Yeah, done, perfect. I got 2 answers. And the other 2, I can plan myself. But do you see, guys, there are always answers waiting for you in the statement. Use them. That way you're not scratching your head trying to plan an entire essay by yourself. Let's try it again. Snow seems like it is picturesque, exciting and fun. But in reality, it causes accidents, inconvenience and economic disruption. Guys, this one's lovely. This one is a gift that keeps on giving. I agree 100%, my friend. Snow causes accidents. Number 2, it is bloody inconvenience. And number 3, snow, it causes economic disruption. Businesses have to close down, schools close down, and so on. I've got 3 paragraphs directly from the statement. Now let's try one last time. Cars are noisy, they're dirty. Dirty, they're smelly, and they're downright dangerous. They should be banned from all town city centres, allowing people to walk. You know what? I agree. Let's ban the hell out of them. Cars are noisy, paragraph 1. Cars are dirty and smelly, paragraph number 2. And paragraph number 3, guys, cars are dangerous. And the 4th paragraph, I can plan from my own writing. But guys, do you see? Never ever should you go into the exam thinking, sir, I can't think of what to write. There will always be something in the question. There will always be something in the statement. There are 2 things. Number 1, the statement normally tends to push you in a certain direction. When that push is happening, my advice is go with that flow. So if it's pushing you to agree, go and agree. If it's pushing you to disagree, go and disagree. Secondly, guys, always pull out some answers from the statement. You might pull out 2, you might pull out 3. I make these fit the questions that we've just done. Now guys, remember, the method that I'm teaching you, we don't need all 4 of these to fit, because we're going to get some of our answers from the statement. So we need just some of these to fit, and the other ones we can take from the statement. So let's try mental health. Can mental health fit any of these? Homework has no value. Alright guys, easy peasy. Homework is bad for your mental health. Done. Paragraph number 2, festivals should be banned. They encourage bad behavior. Guys, this is easy. Festivals encourage bad behavior and are disruptive, and they damage people's mental health. People become isolated and they don't want to go outside. Next one. Snow is, oh my god, this is so easy, guys. This is also bad for your mental health because you can't go outside, you're stuck indoors. Some people are struggling with their family life, they need to get out, they can't stay at home all the time. Oh my god. Chef's kiss, guys, always works. Out of all the 4, I think this one's the weakest link, but if I had to, like if I was struggling, I could make it fit. Alright guys, social media. Can I make social media fit any of these? Yeah, perfect. The first one, I'm going to say that homework has no value now because there's people like these YouTubers called Mr. Everything English that you can literally go online and watch them and they'll do all the work for you. So why the hell do you need homework for? You can watch this guy and he'll teach you how to do everything. So homework hasn't got value. Paragraph number 2, fairs should be banned. They encourage bad behavior. They're disruptive. I would say social media gives them bad press. So when there's bad behavior and disruption, people are making TikToks, people are making Instagram reels, and that area gets a very bad reputation. Snow is causing accidents, it's inconvenient, disruptive, And same thing, guys. Snow is bad for the area. People are taking pictures, making videos, and people are seeing how incompetent local councils are, local governments are in dealing with this issue. Next one, guys. Cars are noisy, dirty, smelly, dangerous. I wouldn't fit social media here. Alright, guys. AI and tech. So easy. People are cheating using AI, using ChatGPT, using Claude, and so on. Next one, guys. Phase should be banned. They encourage bad behavior and are disruptive. And now that we have an AI tech world, you don't need to go to a concert or a fair. Just sit at home and watch I don't know, AI versions of your singer.
Alright, chat. That has been 1 hour of revision. Hope you guys have been able to revise. I have. So, yeah, guys. INCOG Just Study. Just study with me. Come on. said little tools. LD. If you want to take it back the road, back the gas, we don't talk about the fuck road, but I'm telling you, nah, because. Oh, okay. Views. That's pretty cool. Okay, views. That's. Well, I'm happy with that still. Before I go study, let me just see this guy's quick Facebook.
negative, so 1 positive and 1 negative. Therefore, solution is between 1 and 2. Show that x cubed plus 2x minus 7 equals 0 can be rearranged to give x equals the cube root of 7 minus 2x. So how can we rearrange this into this? So if we plus 7 to both sides, we'll get x cubed plus 2x equals 7, and then take 2x away from both sides. We'll get x cubed equals 7 minus 2x, and then cube root both sides. We have rearranged to get x equals the cube root of 7 minus 2x. And what we've done by rearranging it to get x by itself is we've set up an iteration formula. So you see that this changes into xn plus 1 equals the cube root of 7 minus 2xn, which is the iteration formula. So this becomes the iteration formula in part C, and part C says use it 3 times, starting with 2, to find an estimate for the solution, for a solution to our equation. To find x1, it's going to be the cube root of 7 minus 2 times 2. So we're going to put 2, we're going to start with 2, so we put that into the formula first. And I'm going to put 2 into my, so we're going to put 2, we're going to start with 2, so we put that into the formula first. And I'm going to put 2 into my calculator first, press equals, so it becomes A and S. And I'm going to do cube root 7 minus 2 times the answer, which is 2. And I've got 1.44224 and so on. And then I'm going to work out x2. And all I've got to do to work out x2 is press the equals button. So I've got 1.6025 and so on. And then I'm going to work out which is 2. And I'm going to do and x3, just press the equals button again one more time. And x3, just press the equals button again one more time, and we've got 1.55979 and so on. So we've done it 3 times, so we could either leave our answer as this or round it to 2 decimal places. Either way, we've done it 3 times at x2. It's going to be the, so we're going to put 2, we're going to start with 2, so we put that into the formula first. And I'm going to put 2 into my calculator first, press equals, so it becomes A and S. And I'm going to do cube root 7 minus 2 times the answer, which is 2. And I've got 1.44224 and so on. And then I'm going to work out x2. And all I've got to do to work out x2 is press the equals button. So I've got 1.6025 and so on. And x3, just press the equals button again one more time, and we've got 1.55979 and so on. So we've done it 3 times, so we could either leave our answer as this or round it to 2 decimal places. Either way, we've done it 3 times, and that is now our estimate for the solution to the equation. So, okay, one for you to try, so give this one a go. Part A, show that the equation x cubed minus 3x squared minus 4 equals 0 has a solution between 3 and 4. So if the solution's between 3 and 4, one will be too big and one will be too small, which means that one of these will give a positive answer and one will give a negative answer. So let's substitute them both in. So we do 3 cubed minus 3 times 3 squared minus 4, and we'll do 4 cubed minus 3 times 4 squared minus 4. So I'm going to use the calculator. So 3 cubed minus 3 times 3 squared minus 4. So that's negative 4. And for 4, I'm going to change the 3s to 4s. And that's 12. So one's positive, one's negative. That means a solution must be between them. And that means there's a solution between 3 and 4. Part B, show that x cubed minus 3x squared minus 4 equals 0 can be rearranged to get x equals 3 plus 4 over x squared. So if we add 3x squared to both sides, so x cubed minus 4 equals 3x squared, and then add 4 to both sides, x cubed equals 3x squared plus 4, and then divide both sides by x squared, or divide every term by x squared. That will give us x equals 3 plus 4 over x squared. So now this is going to become our iteration formula in part C, and it's going to be rewritten as xn plus 1 equals 3 plus 4 over xn squared, and we're going to use it 3 times, starting with 3, to find an estimate for the solution to the equation. So let's start with 3. So x1 is going to be 3 plus 4 over 3 squared. But again, I'm going to use my ANS button, and I'm just going to type it in. So 3 plus 4 over answer squared. So I've got 3.4 recurring for x1. For x2, I'm just going to press the equals button again. So it's 3.33714 and so on. And x3, just press equals again, and we've got 3.35917 and so on. One equals the square root of 2xn plus 10 all over 3. We're going to use it 3 times, starting with x 0 equals 2, so put 2 in first to find an estimate for the solution to this equation. So x1 is going to be the square root of 2 2's plus 10 over 3. And again, we're starting with 2, so we'll put that in as our ANS. And we've got 2 times answer plus 10 over 3. So the square root overall.
Alright, so I'm gonna leave and I'm gonna go eat.